Hey everybody, back today with another Vibe Coding live stream. So on the last live stream, we were working on getting the Google Calendar connected using OpenAI MCP connectors. So here you can see these are the different MCP connectors that OpenAI has made available, and they work together with the Realtime API. And so we went ahead and integrated that Google Calendar connector. And so let me show you kind of what that looks like. So here now in our settings, we have an option to connect your Google Calendar. So here, and right now the way that it works is if you don't have an account yet, or there's no organization set up, you'll do Google OAuth with your Gmail. And then if you don't have any organization or any account, after you do that Google OAuth, we'll make that Google identity or whatever identity we have from that OAuth the admin of the organization. And then at that point, when you come to integrations and you connect your Google Calendar, it will connect to the admin of that organization, right? Connect to that calendar. So right now we don't have it set up where if there was many different accounts inside of one organization, that they all could have their own individual calendar integrations. Right now it's just one main calendar integration with the admin account. And we can actually, let me switch this on here. Have a little jazz music today. So anyways, this is how we connect the calendar. And then here you can see now when you select a node, you can add the Google Calendar as a tool. So after you connect your calendar, it's available here as a tool, and you can set that up. So I'm about to go ahead and make a test call here to demonstrate it for the stream. And that should be fun here. So I went ahead and pulled up my calendar. And so today I have busy here for Friday, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and let's look at next Monday. And let's add an event here. Let's add busy. And let's see. Let's go for all day busy on Monday of next week. And we're going to go. Let's do Ask Me Later. And hold on. Let's get some smooth jazz on here. Let's see. Okay, here we go. Here's some smooth jazz. Okay, so let's go ahead and okay, so here we are. We're on Wednesday. We set up busy for Monday. Now we're gonna set up busy for Wednesday. Right, so let's go busy. Let's do all day. Let's save that. And now what we're gonna do is I'm gonna go ahead and dial a phone number here. And let's pull up cursor. Okay, so let me enter this phone number in here. And before I do this, I just want to explain the nodes again here. So the way that this works is it won't advance to the next node until these conditions have been met, right? So pretty much this is the intro node, right? So this is, and you have here some instructions that you can detail or add some instruction detail for the node to describe what the node's purpose is, right? And add any tools. So here on my intro node, I have my query business docs tool and list knowledge-based topics. So what this is this is RAG. So I actually have RAG set up here. Let's come. So it's very easy to upload your PDF documents, and we can vectorize these documents and store them in our system, and then we can go fetch RAG. So these are RAG tools. Now, if it meets this condition, busy now, it's going to come to the callback offer node, right? Or for instance, if it meets this condition, demo request, it'll come to the demo booking node, right? And so I have the Google Calendar tool enabled. If you see, there's no Google Calendar tool enabled on this node, right? But it is enabled on the callback offer node. And so I have Google Calendar here and save memory. So this node is able to do two things. It's able to read my availability from my calendar and also save a memory. So let's go ahead and make this phone call. So it always a little strange. It takes a minute for me to get the speakerphone to kind of come through the microphone, but let's do it here. Oh, well, that's not fun. Okay, let's see if our ngrok tunnels are open. Hold on. Which is interesting because they should be open. Hold on. I don't want to display any sensitive information, so let me just look here. Are the ngrok tunnels up? And we're using Opus 4.7 today. Hey, Maku. Hey, Winpo. Hey, it's going good. I made a ton of progress on the voice agent. I'm about to demonstrate it. I actually got the Gmail connector working, the MCP connector with the Realtime API. So it's pretty cool. Right now, unfortunately, I don't have my ngrok tunnels went down for some reason. So I gotta boot up the ngrok tunnels. I don't want to. When I boot up my ngrok tunnels, I have to modify my environment variables, and so I'm kind of doing that off screen here. Let's look. Okay, can you start my ngrok tunnels? Now, one thing I've noticed with Opus 4.7, and like right here, just exposed a token in the chat, and I'm glad that, yeah, Winpo. So I have spans now, or traces, throughout all of the microservices, right? And so I can follow kind of where the bottleneck is. I got full RAG set up. This is what the node graph looks like, right? So I can come into a node. I can select a node, see any tools that are available for that node. So like here's the callback offer node. I have a save memory in Google Calendar set up. We have full memory orchestration working where we can extract memories from the conversation. Just want to get this, get these ngrok tunnels booted up here. Yeah, you know what? I haven't played. Hey, Alex, and let's get. Let me make sure I have Twitch open here too. Okay. Hey, Alex. Yeah, I haven't. I need to play with Composer 2 more. I'm planning to do that today to really get a feel for it. I know that they did, more reinforced learning or more RL, I guess, on top of Kimi K2. And I haven't read the paper on that. I think Cursor released a paper on that. But I guess I haven't used Kimi K2 enough to really say, I guess. I was using it. I know that Firecracker was, I think some company called Firecracker was helping host Kimi K2 for Cursor. And I was using it, but it didn't, didn't seem great at writing code. Usually when I'm writing code, I like to use the frontier models if I can. but I have to kind of come revisit that. My first initial thoughts with Composer 2 is, it's definitely fast, and it seems actually pretty thorough. It just kind of drives outside the curbs a little bit. But let's hold on. Let's keep working through this here. Want to do this demo call for you guys. Okay. Okay, you're going to need to modify the environment file, right, at the project root and also in the Voice Edge High Noon service. Interesting. Let's see, Whisper Flow is moving a little slow here. Okay. And then give me the full webhook that I need to go add into Twilio. I should have, I was kind of excited to do this demo right when the stream started. I probably should have tested it real quick. I had it, it's interesting though, I left the Mac on all night, the Mac Studio, and somehow, I guess the ngrok tunnels went down. I don't know, kind of interesting. Bear with me, guys. And so I guess, and also a few things I'm going to be working on. We're going to set up webhooks. We're going to set up sandboxes or containers, something called kata containers, where we're going to spin up. We're pretty much going to have sandboxes where a customer could add custom code and hook into a third-party system. And then we're going to run those, we're going to execute that code inside of pods on AWS EKS, and we're going to spin up the pod and clean up the pod. But let's to paste into, let's do this. All right, I'm going to log into Twilio here. Gonna update this. Kind of interesting though, because I did have the correct, or what looked like, I guess, who knows, maybe ngrok just shut it down. Cool. Let's get this status call back. Okay, let's hit save here. Okay, now let's try to make the phone call. Or first we got to restart the services. So I'm going to say, okay, I need you to kill the back end and front end and start up the services with the phase 1 script. And I actually tested this last night, and it's working. And the connector is able to, the connector is actually able to go fetch those details from Google Calendar pretty quick. At first, I thought it was taking a long time. And these are actually the PRs. Let me show you guys. So these are the PRs. So in our Cactus auth service, we added per org Google Calendar OAuth flow for the real-time MCP connector. And we're going to walk through some of these items here together. Also, we push to our runtime. This is our node runtime that handles the nodes and the edges and returns JSON to the real-time API. So we don't just pass, if there's a very large workflow, we don't just pass everything to the real-time API, because if that JSON gets too big, the real-time API can make mistakes, right? So we give the real-time API really like one node of information at a time. So let's see, get port ports are clear. Now we're gonna start this up. Okay, cool. Looks like we might have got this working here. Let's see. So here we go. Okay. So let's see if the front end came up. Let's see. Okay, yeah, we're up here. All right, let's try this again.
Hello, I'm Bella from Blue Cactus AI. How can I assist you today?
Hey, Bella. How are you doing?
I'm doing great. Thank you for asking. How can I help you today?
Yeah, I was speaking with one of your sales reps, and I want to book a demo.
Great to hear you're interested in a demo. Could you please share the best time and your contact information for the follow-up?
Yeah, are you available next Monday?
It looks like we're already booked on Monday. Would another day work for you?
Yeah, how about Wednesday of next week?
It seems Wednesday is also booked. Could we find another day that suits you? How about Tuesday or Thursday?
Yeah, Thursday works. That would be good.
Great. I've noted your request for a demo on Thursday, April 23rd. Our team will follow up with you soon. Thanks for choosing Blue Cactus AI.
So guys, that's pretty cool. So I have it right now. It stays on the node. It doesn't advance. So if you can see, we can actually look at this workflow. And so we have traces here. And I need to kind of give some of these traces better names, because what I really want to know, and I need to really, really dig into these spans a little more to try to understand which ones are actually valuable. And which ones aren't valuable. And let's do another call actually, and then I can I'm going to show you guys this again. So let's do. Okay. So I'm going to show you the RAG. So the RAG's pretty cool. And then we're going to go through some of the items I'm going to be working on today. What I'm going to try to do is get some parameter capture. So what's important for me is, when it's time to book this demo, I need to get that customer's email address. And in my experience, when someone reads off the email address, the Realtime API has trouble getting that email ID accurately, right? And so one thing that we're going to do, well, a couple things. First, you're going to need to be able to capture a parameter on any one of these nodes, right? So I want to be able to say, hey, at this node, we need to capture some information, right? And what is that? I guess what type of data are we collecting, or what's the input type, and what does that output format look like? And so we're gonna think through that together. For now, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna get to my intro node, and I'm gonna do a RAG. But when I'm in my intro node, I'm going to try to ask for some availability, but it's not going to let me because that tool's not available at this node. So now let's go ahead and do this. Let's make another phone call here. Let's see. Let's go. And so really what I'm doing, if anyone's new to the stream, really what I'm trying to do is I also have a telematics video business. And I'm building agents to really deploy into that business. And that business is a lot more mature. It's been in production. I've been working on that business for many, many years. But right now what we're doing is we're building these agents. And I have a very specific use case in this telematics video business that's important for me. So one of those use cases is the camera pretty much has a no video signal event and a media error event. And they're two like very critical health events, right? So one of those events, that no video signal, pretty much there'll be multi-channel camera. You have forward-facing, driver-facing, cameras mounted under the mirrors, facing down the side of the vehicle. And sometimes those connections can come loose, right? And if those connections come loose, or there's another event call, and if the connections come loose and they get into an accident, right, all the cameras won't be recording. And so that's critical. Sometimes customers will get into an accident if they don't know if they don't resolve that event or go check their camera connections, they could lose the event for the accident, right? And then we have media error. So media error is because these cameras use SD card and it writes to the camera. The SD card only has an X amount of writes and reads, right? Before it either needs to be replaced or reformatted. So we'll sometimes get this error called the media error. And that's when they need to reformat the SD card. If they don't reformat the SD card and get into an accident, they could lose that footage for that accident, right? So I'm going to have a node, and we're going to use Nginx and Ingress when we deploy on AWS EKS to set up webhooks, right? So if I come back here and I go to settings, we have a webhook section here, right? So we're going to set up a webhook endpoint, and one of these nodes can ingest webhooks. So the idea is that we receive those events, and then we're going to use an agent workflow to immediately reach out to that customer with a voice agent, SMS, and then a link, maybe voice, SMS, and email. And maybe in the SMS and the email, we include like a chat link, where if they have more questions, we can answer those. So what I'm going to do is let's just go ahead and make another phone call, and then we can demonstrate this node more. So let's go here.
I'm Bella from Blue Cactus AI. How can I assist you today?
I'm in my camera in my vehicle. The green LED just started flashing like crazy.
That sounds like an issue. Let me check the documents for information on the green LED flashing in your vehicle's camera. The green LED on your vehicle's camera is linked to network communication. A flashing green LED may suggest it's trying to establish or has lost network communication. You might want to check the network connection or restart the device. If the problem persists, you may need to contact support for further assistance. Would you like help with anything else?
Yeah, what about, I might need to replace the camera. Do you have pricing information?
I can help with that. The pricing for vehicle cameras varies depending on the model and features. Could you let me know which model you're interested in, or if you need assistance selecting the right one?
Yeah, just let me know what pricing you have available for the camera and the GPS tracker.
Sure. Here's a sample of the pricing we have. Basic GPS tracker, $49 with a monthly service fee of $10. Advanced GPS tracker, $89 with a monthly service fee of $15. Do you need more details or assistance with purchasing?
See, guys, I put it on mute, but see here you can see that this is how long the RAG search took. And I need to I need to review these spans a little bit more. Hey, Winpo, I'll answer your question in a second. So these are the spans. And so what I'm going to do now is, if you can see on this node, there's no save memory tool. So I'm just going to say my favorite color is purple. And I need to work on this, but right now that'll work to save a memory. I'm just going to say my favorite color is purple here. Hold on. Let's get this back open. Yeah, my favorite color is purple. Can you tell my sales guy that?
Along to your sales representative?
Yeah. Can you pass that my favorite color is purple to my sales rep?
Favorite color, purple. Is there anything else you'd like me to pass along or help you with?
You know what? I'm kind of busy right now.
I understand. Would you like to schedule a callback for a more convenient time?
So it should move to the callback node here in a minute. Let's see. Okay, yeah, just moved. So you can see select transition busy now and move from intro to callback offer. So now that I'm on the callback offer node, I'm going to be able to save a memory. So I'm just going to say, yeah, can you tell my sales rep that my favorite color is purple?
Got it. Color, purple. If you decide to schedule a callback, I'll make sure to pass that along. Have a great day.
Thanks. Yeah, so here you go. It saved it. Here's the save memory. Caller mentioned their favorite color is purple. And it saved that. And then we gave a tag, right? So we have different types of memory now. We have different tags for different memories. And hey, Winpo, yeah, so the idea right now, what I need to be able to do, Winpo, is on one of these nodes, my idea is that I want to be able to have a node where you can write your own code, right? So if I approach a customer and they have a third-party system, what I want to be able to do is say I do some parameter capture on one of these nodes, and then we pass the parameters back to this node, and this node needs to push those parameters to an external third-party system like a CRM or something, right? So I need a way where they can write code. And then my idea right now is to use the Kata containers, which I'm not familiar with, but use the Kata containers. They'll be able to set up their own API key. I'm going to use the AWS Secrets Manager to store the secrets in the AWS environment. And this might be too complex. I'm thinking about best way to do this. And then also I'll use egress, and either they can enable or disable like network access, right? So we'd spin up that pod. I guess maybe when it got to that node, or I don't know exactly how that would work. I need to think through that more. But I would spin up that pod and let them make that call in that isolated pod, fetch that data, and then we'd move on to the next node. So that's kind of the idea with that. And I don't know, there might be a better way to do that. Really, I just need them to, I would like them to be able to write code in any language that they want, but keep it secure, right? Kind of like, and I was thinking I was going to use AWS Lambda. I've looked into some Firecracker, different VM services, but still trying to think through like what the best way to do that is. Okay, one thing I'm going to do is... Okay, we started the services, or the phone call's working now. Good job. I'm going to say... I want you to... Let me check this. Hold on. Second, I don't want to accidentally expose something. Okay, cool. So, I want you to use the GitHub MCP server to pull down the pull requests and all of the issues for the Blue Cactus AI organization. And let me actually run this over here too. I don't want this to pull down any issues for the wrong repo. Kata container / firecracker or any micro VM is good solution for use case. Okay, cool, Winpo. Thanks. Okay. So we're about to pull down the open PRs. This is using the GitHub MCP server. What I'm about to do is I'm about to walk through, or I'm going to set up some issues. Set up some issues of things we're going to be working on. So like a couple things I'm going to be working on, and I'm reading off a different screen here, but we're going to create those webhook endpoints. We're going to be using Ingress and Nginx to do that. We've got the Katana containers for the sandbox code execution. We're got to work on our interruption control. So our barge in, I haven't really tested it yet, but if I start interrupting the voice agent aggressively, you know, it has some trouble, right? It doesn't feel like a standard human conversation where we can interrupt each other, and it doesn't kind of break the natural flow, right? So we need to work on our interruption and barge control. Today we're going to work on parameter capture in JSON schema. So one of the things I need to do is be able to collect parameters at a certain node. And then also we're going to use Twilio SMS. So for instance, like when we get this calendar, number one, we got to think about the time zone of what time zone that user is in. Then we also got to get their email, so we can send the calendar notification. And we're going to use an SMS or tell them on the phone that, hey, we sent you an SMS. Please respond with your email to SMS. And they're going to respond to the email with SMS. And that's how we're going to collect that. So we're going to work on parameter capture and kind of defining what that what those parameters look like. Another item is like load CSV of phone numbers for bulk outbound calls. There's an issue where the edges sometimes don't appear whenever the DOM first mounts for the page. We need to set it up to where every time you create a new agent, or I need to think through when we create a new agent, we need to spin up Twilio phone numbers, right? So we're going to have voice agents and also chat agents. When the voice agents spin up, we need to spin up Twilio phone numbers, right? Or maybe it could be just voice. Right now I'm going to do, I think, I don't know, I need to think about that, but we could have voice that's not going through the cell network with a Twilio phone number. But for now, we're going to have voice that's going through the cell network. And then we're going to have chat agents. We need to extend agents for chat. So also have chat agents, not just voice agents. Handle time zone for the calendar booking. So let's go ahead and pull down this here. Let's see. Okay, let's go drop off this wood, guys. Okay, so we're also going to be looking through our PRs here. So here are the PRs. We're going to walk through. Excuse me. This is the PR. We have 4 different PRs. We got one in our authentication service. We have one in our runtime that handles the node runtime. So at the beginning, when I first did this, I was just passing one big string, I guess, from Redis straight to the Realtime API. Now we actually have a node runtime where we have tools with the Realtime API that helps us determine which node we're on. And then we have a node runtime that will help, I guess, return JSON, a limited amount of JSON to the voice agent, depending on which node, which turn in the conversation we're on, or which node in the conversation we're on. So let's come back to a cursor here. Okay, here we go. So here we go. So here's our different issues. So what I'm going to do now is a couple things. So, and here's our PRs. So here's our PRs. And one thing that we did do, and I want to see if the MCP server can do this. But we have Cactus Web. Interesting. So I thought I had an MCP server. Oh, okay. Here we go. Here's one issue that I have. What I actually want to do is I want to add a comment, maybe to this issue that we opened up a PR for this issue, or maybe tag that PR or tag the commits related to that PR. Let me see if I can do that. And I guess all of these are maybe... You know, I don't want to get too complex. For now, I'm just going to create some issues. We're going to build a better workflow for this. Like, I've seen others where what they do is they have an agent that's constantly polling, right? And then you go into... And GitHub has like a Kanban board too. And you could get more sophisticated where you do a commit that moves it from one state to another state or closes the issue when you open up a PR that's associated with that issue, whatever. I've done some of that integration stuff in the past, but what I've seen some people do is they keep an agent that's constantly polling, constantly running, using the GitHub CLI, or you could use the GitHub MCP, constantly looking for open PRs, right? And when a PR is open, what it does is, like, for instance, when I open up a PR or I push a PR, it kicks off BugBot and Codex PR review. And so with the GitHub MCP and the GitHub CLI, one of the things you can do is check when there's new comments on a PR. So what you can have an agent do, and I still haven't done this, you know, after I get some of these more technical features done, you know, I'm going to kind of think through more of these workflows and see what's actually useful for me. I had built one at one time and people were asking me if I could show them how I did it or let them see the code. But to be honest, I never felt I was getting enough value out of some of these like Ralph Loop tools, so I didn't release it yet. But one kind of Ralph Loop agent tool that I think is valuable that I've seen. I saw a gentleman named Midnight Simon doing it, and it makes a lot of sense. But you're constantly polling for open PRs, right? PR opens up, you know that it's open, then you're checking for comments. Once Codex and BugBot are done leaving the comments, then what you can do is check the CI, right? The CI integration tests or the CI unit tests, or any like test-driven development stuff, whatever your CI workflow is, and see if the build failed or one of those tests failed, right? And if one of those tests failed, that agent can automatically kind of correct that, right? And so what you could do is just kind of focus on features, get all those PRs pushed up, and not even worry about testing it locally or building it locally or slowing down by having to build it locally, and get that up into the cloud, get all your PRs set up, and then that agent could start making sure that they're all healthy, right? Or they're all able to build and all of the integration tests work. So it's just something I'm thinking about. But right now, what we're going to do is I'm going to add some new issues. So let's see here. Okay, so there's some new features that I want to create issues for. I'm going to list out the features, but you're going to have to go review the code and look at the different services and see in which repository we need to add each feature issue. Okay, so one thing we need to do is get the webhooks working. So we're going to use Nginx locally to start testing this. Eventually, it's going to be deployed on AWS EKS, and we'll use Ingress Nginx. But for now, I want to use an Nginx proxy where we can have a multi-tenant webhook endpoints that we can stand up. Let's see. Okay, another feature is Katana containers. So we want to be able to, on our node graph, we want users to be able to write code inside of a sandbox so they can write code in any language. We're going to use, I'm thinking about using Katana containers that will spin up pods in AWS EKS. And to store the API keys, I was going to use AWS secrets. and for network access, egress, and setting that up in AWS EKS. The voice agent right now has issues with interruption, so we need to work on the interruption and barge in. Parameter capture. So on each node, we need to define the input type of define the parameter, describe the parameter, and then describe what the inputs are and what that output schema is going to look like. And we need to work on the front end, have a front end component for this. Then let's see. And guys, I'm not looking at chat right now, but I'm going to get to it here in a minute. So then we have, okay, we're going to have a feature for bulk outbound calls. We need a tool that can upload a CSV document, or have a way where we can upload a CSV document of a list of customers and phone numbers. And the voice agent will reach out to those phone numbers, like batch outbound phone calls. And then we have Whisperflow's kind of having a little, they're probably, who knows, they're probably doing a Friday afternoon deploy or something. Okay. When the node graph renders, or when the node graph kind of mounts for the first time, sometimes the edges, I don't see the edges appear on the screen. And then when we build new agents or create a new agent, a new voice agent, we're going to need to, if it's a voice agent for outbound or inbound phone calls through the cell network, we're going to have to spin up a new Twilio phone number for that customer. We want to extend our platform to not just be a voice agent tool, but also chat. Really, I want email. So we're going to have voice, chat, and email. And then we need to handle time zone. So we need to somehow, I guess, ask the customer what time zone they're in, and determine that time zone, and then make sure when we book the calendar event that we have the time zone accurate. And let's see here. Okay. When we certain information, we're going to want to use SMS to capture that information. So for instance, sometimes it's difficult to collect email address and get it accurately with the voice agent, so we may use SMS to collect this information. Okay. So now I'm going to say, okay, I want you to review the code and look through all these different items that I just sent you, and help me determine which issues we need to create and in which repository we need to create them. Before you use the GitHub MCP server to help me do this, tell me what you're going to do first. Excuse me. Okay, let's see. This is Opus 4.7. Let's drop this wood off, guys. And I still haven't gotten around to it, but eventually we will. We're gonna build some sort of plugin for RuneScape, and that should be pretty fun, without violating any terms of service from Jagex or RuneScape. Okay. Okay, here we go. Okay, so it looks like it found recon step 1 recon reads. Let me see. Sure, yeah. Review more deeply and then let me know. I don't want to, right now, I don't want to create any new repos. Let's try to keep these issues in the existing repos. What I might do actually is let's open up Codex desktop app and let's just paste these in here. I want you to review the code and help me brainstorm on how we would implement both of these complex features. Do not make any code changes yet. I just want you to do a very deep review and help me think through this. Eventually, right now, this service is not deployed on AWS EKS. It's all running locally right now, but eventually we will deploy to AWS EKS. Think through how we would even test these Katana containers locally, because I am considering, before we even deploy that feature or work on that feature, just go ahead and deploying to AWS EKS and then working on that feature. But I want you to think through, if we tested these locally, how would we do that? And then how would it work in AWS EKS? Okay. Okay, here we go. 15 issues across 6 repos. Oh. Okay. So, let's see. Okay, Voice Edge High Noon. I'm just making sure because I have old repositories that I haven't removed yet. So just making sure that there's no new repos here. Let's see. Workflows. Okay. Cactus Auth Go. Okay. Auth Go. Cactus Web. I'm trying to look for the feature. Okay, here's my parameter capture. Cactus Web 10. Cactus Web number 10. Supersedes and closes Cactus Web 10. Voice Edge High Noon. Parameter capture. Okay, I was wondering, does it go across or span across multiple services, right? Okay, so it does. All right. So just going through infra. Okay, I thought we said that we didn't want to create any new issue in this, any new repo. I thought I said that I didn't want to create any new repository, right? We want to try to get all of these issues in the existing repos, even if maybe ultimately we need to spin up a new service for that feature, but you can detail that in the details of the issue. And so right now, pretty much I'm about to use the GitHub MCP server to just push these issues up for me without me having to create them manually. So that should be pretty cool. And really, I'm getting these issues just to stay organized, right? And you know, every time I think of a new item that we need to add, I'm going to start creating an issue for it. But also, I'm preparing for eventually I'm going to kind of build out this more agentic workflow is the idea. Okay. Oh, that's an old repo. Multi-channel number 5. Channel abstractions, okay. Expanded in place. Business workflow stage coach. Expand existing number 2 instead. Huh. What do you mean by this? If we're going to have to modify multiple services to complete this feature, I want you to create separate issues in each individual service. I believe this is an old authentication service that we're not using anymore. Our new auth service is in Golang. Make sure. Okay, unfortunately I have codex usage, and we'll probably enable on-demand spending. So what happened this month, actually, which is kind of crazy, but what happened to me this month is I work on, and everybody always asks me, you know, how do you do marketing? And one of the ways that I do marketing is in my telematics video business. One marketing strategy I have is I use the programmable search API from Google, where I have access to the full web, and I start targeting specific verticals and scraping those verticals. And then what I do is I have sales reps that will reach out and set appointments for those verticals, set appointments for a sales closer. And then that sales rep will help close those opportunities. So when I was doing that, actually, like the GPT 5.4 extra high charges double if the context window is over like a certain size. And what was happening is when I was doing that web scraping, one of the CSV files was getting big. I guess that all the data was dumping into. And without me realizing it, the context window was over 1 million each time. And so I was getting charged 2x usage. And, you know, if anyone from Cursor's, I doubt it, but if anyone from Cursor is check out these videos, you know, it'd be nice to get a little credit there for that. But that's okay. Or at least maybe some sort of notification saying, hey, you know, the context window. And I guess maybe I could have checked the size of the context window inside of Cursor. And I didn't do that. To be honest, I kind of forgot that they even did that. They even charged 2x like that. But yeah, that's kind of what happened there. Okay, let's see. Okay. Cactus Web. I'm just making sure that it's all appropriate here. It looks pretty good. Let's edit existing number 2 in place when it says. Okay, so when you're mentioning having to edit an issue in place, I guess there's an existing issue that's already relevant, right? So you don't want to create a duplicate. Is that what you're thinking? Okay, cool. Got it. Sure, if there's any existing issues, you can just go ahead and edit them. That's fine, right? Yeah, you know what? I kind of want to close the dupes manually. I'd rather not. I've just never had the MCP server. I've created new issues, but I haven't tried to edit an issue. I'm sure it wouldn't be a problem, but let me think. Yeah, you can just create fresh duplicates and I'll close them down manually. After we're done, just let me know which ones I need to close down manually. Go ahead and use the GitHub MCP server to create these issues. Okay, so we're about to create 17 new issues in the appropriate repos. And while we wait for that to work, let's kind of start thinking through some of these items here. Let's see. You know what? I want to see if we can use the GitHub MCP server to look at these different comments, right? So like just walking through here, let's look. So what did we do here? And let's look. Okay, persist per org refresh tokens. Okay, so before I don't think we were using refresh tokens. Or I'd need to think through that. I don't know if we're actually refreshing the sessions once those Google access token expired. I'm not sure we're doing that, but I guess the OpenAI Realtime API Google Calendar connector, I believe persist per org. Yeah, I'd have to kind of review that a little closer. It looks like pretty much we're making sure there's a good access token to pass to OpenAI, so OpenAI can authenticate with the Google Calendar. Let's see. Make sure you guys can see that. Okay. I don't have to actually read through all of this, but okay, let's see. Scope intended. Yeah, so this is right now it's per organization. So when we set up the Google Calendar integration, really you can only have one calendar set up for the organization at a time. And this would probably be some general calendar that all sales reps maybe have access to. It really depends on who the end customer is. For now, at least for me, my goal is to go ahead and get a workflow working for my telematics video business, and then get that workflow working. Maybe that camera health workflow that I had described, and maybe some basic like sales discovery workflow, and some basic support workflow. But my idea is pretty much get an MVP, get a product that I can immediately try to start selling, right? And really I'm going to focus on a niche, because what's happening is Claude and OpenAI, they're building agent builders too, right? Very similar node graphs to what we're working on, and really, hold on, something's chirping at me. What is it? Okay, here we go. Create issue. Let's click run. Boom. 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 I mean, this is probably one that I could start to put on the allow list. I'm still a guy, to be honest, when I have like a system that has customers on it and I'm dealing with real-time data, and this is a new project, but my other existing project, I still haven't, turned on dangerously skip permissions yet. Still been a little bit nervous to do that. So we just created, all right, I personally like to review. I mean, maybe like that, when I had to click accept 15 times, maybe like a command like that I could have added to the allow list. But for now, I'm still gonna kind of manually do that. Now what I'm gonna say is okay, now what I want you to do is go look at the open PRs in this organization. I don't know if you guys hear that. Look at this. Huh. Oh, it's that every time I listen. Can you guys hear that? I don't know. Is that coming from Curse? Is it coming from the web somewhere? Interesting. No, it's making some sort of cursor's making some chime every time. Well, I only wanted open pull requests. Okay, I only needed to see the open PRs. Okay. There is comments on them, though. Okay, check these PRs to see if there's any comments on them. Look at that. Wow. What I've been doing actually is I have been like manually going to go pull those down. And one thing you can actually do, and I still, I really need to like take a day to really work on the full workflow. But I haven't got like my cloud environment set up yet. But I do think that, when you do get these bug-bot responses, I guess I could set it up to do auto fix, right? Where every time bug-bot leaves a comment, it will go and do an auto fix in the cloud without me having to pull that down locally. But I do kind of want to review these, but it is pretty damn cool that I can pull these comments down. So you can see that, this is where it can really get agentic, right? Where you're submitting the PRs, then BugBot Codex does the review, or CodeRabbit, or Graphite, whoever's doing these code reviews for you. And when those comments are down, you pull them, do those fixes, and then push them back up to the PR right before you do that merge. And you could see how, if you had like a new project and the features weren't super complex, or you really trusted your review process, or if you really dug into your integration tests and your unit tests, and I always forget the definition of TDD, or exactly. I know integration test is when you have many different microservices, and it's like, hey, are these microservices able to communicate with each other, right? But anyway, so here are different comments here. So let's think about these. Okay. I'm not super concerned about this. So one way, and I've never done this before. This is AI that had suggested this. In the past, I think I was using cookies across all different services, but now what I do actually is our front end will make a request, or we do Google OAuth, we set a cookie in the browser. When the front end, any API call from the front end to the back end, we use cookie for authentication. But once we say that we make a call from the front end to the back end, we use that cookie authentication. But then if we make any calls from one service to another that's inside of the AWS EKS cluster, we're using short-lived JWT, I believe. So one issue with that is that and this is okay for now. I'm not super concerned about this right now. But right now, I guess we don't have like account permissions right now set up for accounts that aren't admins. So what it's saying is any account that's logged in, and I don't know if you guys can see this. Oh shit. Should probably scroll that down. Okay. Yeah, this is what I'm looking at right now, this issue here. But pretty much the issue with this is that any account that has any account in the organization right now would be able to pretty much get an access token, but we wouldn't expose this to the front end. Hold on. Okay, but we would never return this access token to the front end, right? Then let's just look at this next one here. Arise without code, user denied. Okay, so this is pretty much on the settings page. When I come to settings here. Okay, yeah, on the settings page, when we go to hook up the calendar, I guess if there's an error, the way we're handling that error is redirecting them to the login screen. So even if they have some sort of error just connecting their calendar, we redirect you to the login screen right now. But what it's saying here is that we should probably just redirect you to this page. Because you shouldn't have to log out just because you can't connect your calendar, right? So okay, this makes sense. So just to make sure I understand, when the user goes to connect their Google Calendar, if there's some sort of error when they go to do that calendar authentication. Right now it's redirecting to the login screen, but that user's not actually logged out, right? They still have a valid cookie, so we should redirect them to the integrations page and have them try to hook up the calendar again. Okay, then let's see. I'm not too concerned about this. Okay, give me your thoughts on these bot comments in the Cactus Auth Go service. Keep chopping. Okay, there we go. Okay, cool. So that's, I'm not as concerned about this. So again, yeah, so pretty much what happens, something like this. But when we go and pretty much when the voice call starts up, right, we have this compiled node graph, and this node runtime will return the node to the Realtime API. But another item that it returns to the Realtime API, so we can use this connector, is an access token, right? And so when the phone call starts, that service is going to fetch a fresh access token for whichever calendar, whichever Gmail, or whichever, I guess, Google identity that we have for that organization that's hooked up to that calendar, and fetch a fresh access token, pipe it into the Realtime API, so Realtime API can connect to Google Calendar or authenticate with Google Calendar. And to be honest, I'm kind of amazed at how fast this MCP connector is with Google Calendar. Like when I say, "Are you available?" and I demonstrated. If anyone's interested, I know some people on Twitch came in a little late here, but if you're interested, and I know you can't back up on Twitch, but the VOD will be there when I'm done. But you could jump over to YouTube and go look at the beginning of the stream where I demoed the voice agent, and I'll probably demonstrate that voice agent again here soon. So that's kind of what's happening there. But what it's saying is that at first I had some bug bot issue that was telling me that let's see, hold on. Is this Cactus Auth Go? Hold on. Yeah, so pretty much any account that's logged in Interesting. So if they knew the endpoint, so they could bypass it if they did know the endpoint. So let me see. So correct. Today, only Trail Boss calls it and found 0 hits. The token flow is... So the browser never sees it. It's technically true. They could open DevTools, copy the session JWT. Okay, so we do pass the JWT, but I thought the JWT doesn't get set in the browser. Yeah, but we don't return that JWT token to the browser, right? It's just a short-lived JWT, so one service can call another, right? So we never return that JWT. So, and anyways, they would have to know the exact endpoint to call, right? So they'd have to figure out the endpoint to call, get the JWT, and then they'd be able to make a curl to that endpoint. Is that right? And this is like security stuff, guys. So, you got to be careful. And I need to continue hardening all my systems. Especially now that I'm doing what I'm doing. But like if you have tokens or anything exposed in your front end, people can kind of try to grab those tokens and then try to do some sort of sniffing, find your endpoints, then start doing curls to your endpoints, right? And even if you have cores origin set up, right, where I only want to accept cores is only for web requests, right? Someone can still make a request from their server to your system if they're able to access any of your tokens. Good pushback. Okay. You're partly right, but here's a twist. So there's two different JWTs at play. User-facing JWT. Look at what it said here. They have to know the endpoint exists, but it's not really a security boundary. I know that. I mean, you could use some sort of bot, right, to sniff my endpoint and look for any endpoints, right, or try to find some sort of wild card or something, or use an LLM to look for like obvious endpoints. Any endpoints that are exposed to the web through ingress on AWS EKS, I should start making sure there's more like a longer, more complex URL, maybe, as another boundary that I could set up. Okay. I'm really not concerned about that, though, but let's look at, why are we returning this? Why are we returning this? Is this even being used right now? Also, guys, we do have, and I need to keep thinking through all this, but we do also now have API keys, right? So we can generate API key. We store some details in Postgres, and we store the hashed key actually in Redis cache, right? So we have also these API keys. And eventually we're going to be using these because we're going to set up an MCP server. We're going to set up a CLI and also a standard API where pretty much the telematics video business is going to have an MCP server, and also this business will have an MCP server. Huh. Gotta look into that. Okay, API, the issue token handler has... to the session cookie path. Okay. Okay, yeah, we really haven't built this out yet, but can you explain to me kind of that flow of how the API keys work? And is that actually a JWT, right, or just an API key, or how would you describe that? Because right now it's not like a short-lived JWT, right? Someone could generate an API key and then start making requests to the endpoint with that API key in the header. But it shouldn't be short-lived, right? And any guys, if you're like vibe coding and you're trying to get a prototype out as fast as you can, I would not suggest doing what I'm doing. You know, you probably could use, there's like tools like Supabase and Convex. I'm not familiar with them. I haven't used them, but I know that they're databases, but they also have authentication tools to help you easily manage authentication, right? Okay. Yeah. Yeah, so see, even Opus 4.7 thought that API key was a JWT, but it's not. Okay, but still, help me understand what's... Right now, is there any value in us returning that JWT to the front end, to the user, and exposing it in the front end? We don't actually need to do that, right? Okay. Okay, I actually don't want to do this right now, but I'm just going to say, okay, what I want you to do is create an issue so we can consider this later. Right now, we're not going to work on this, but use the GitHub MCP server to create an issue with these details so we can consider this. Consider not exposing that JWT to the front end. Because right now, the user, we only need to expose a cookie in the front end for that user, not a JWT. Our API keys are not short-lived JWTs, and right now I'm happy with that path where if someone wants to make API requests, they'll use the API key in the header. And I see someone jumped in here on Twitch, but pretty much, guys, this is Blue Cactus AI. It's an agent's business. We just added a bunch of issues on GitHub. I just got the Gmail connector working with the OpenAI Realtime API. The voice agent is working pretty good right now. We have RAG implemented. We have Save Memory tool implemented. We have full memory orchestration set up. And also the Google Calendar tools, right? So we have these tools that you can add, right? Google Calendar, we have these nodes. You can add new nodes. You can adjust these edge conditions. And this is actually a real node runtime. So we're not just compiling some big JSON or some big string and just piping it all into the Realtime API. We have a system where we're only returning one node at a time, right, to the Realtime API. So let's come back here. So we're just creating an issue right now. using the GitHub MCP server. Right now, I'm looking through, we had 4 different services where we had to push code to get the calendar integration working. So right now what I'm doing is I'm looking through the comments from Bugbot and also Codex, and I'm using the GitHub MCP server to help me fetch down the open PRs and then fetch down those comments. And now I'm reviewing the comments. And what I'll do is, since we got some new people, and hey Gromit, thanks for the follow. I appreciate that. But since we got some new people in here, what I'm gonna do is I'm going to make another phone call here. So everyone can hear it. And before I make the phone call, what I'll show you is that on my calendar here, you can see that I have Monday is busy on the 20th of next week. And also Wednesday is busy on the 22nd of next week. And so when I talk to the voice agent, what's going to happen is it's going to go, once I say that I'm either busy or, let's see. I thought there was a... Okay, so, okay, here we go. I need to kind of work on this a little bit, but pretty much if I say I'm busy now, it's going to take me to this node. So you can see this node right here has these tools. So this node actually has some RAG tools. So if I'm on this node, what can happen is, it will do RAG, right? And it'll go fetch do a similarity operation and fetch the right PDF and return that. So we have full RAG on this node. But this node, we have the Google Calendar OpenAI connector and a save memory tool. So just going to make this phone call quickly. And then we'll check this out. And it always has a little bit of a difficult time
How can I?
Hey, Bella, are you a human?
I'm an AI assistant, here to help you with any questions about Blue Cactus AI. What can I do for you today?
Yeah, I spoke with one of your sales reps, and I want to go ahead and book a demo.
Could you please tell? I'd be happy to help with booking a demo for you. Could you let me know the best time for the demo or provide your contact information so we can arrange it?
Yeah, what's your, are you available Monday next week?
It looks like we're booked on Monday. Would another day work for you? Or would you like to schedule for later in the week?
I guess what days do you have available next week?
Tuesday and Thursday next week are currently available. Would either of those days work for your demo?
Yeah, let's go ahead and do Tuesday of next week.
I've noted your request for a demo on Tuesday next week. Our team will follow up to confirm the details soon. Is there anything else I can assist you with?
No, that's it. Thank you.
You're welcome. Have a great day.
Huh. There might have been an issue there. What is this issue? I want you to review this issue and give me your thoughts. It looks like this issue might have happened when it was making a transition to the end node. Do not make any code changes yet. I just want you to review. Okay. So let's come back up to these comments here. Okay, I want you to fetch the open PRs and the comments for those PRs again. Once I got kind of lazy, I didn't feel like scrolling back up there. Okay. I don't want you to cut off those comments. Give me the full, complete comments. Okay, so we're not going to do this one. We are going to do... we are going to do this one. And then we're going to review this. I am curious about this issue here. Huh. It's kind of weird. It's the first time I'm seeing that error, actually. Huh. Can you check the logs from the last call? It looks like it kind of ended abruptly and didn't transition us to the end node. Okay, let's come back here. Let's go ahead and fix this one. So here, we're in this one. Okay. Okay, so for this, if the user tries to connect their calendar and there's an error, we should just redirect them to that integrations page, like is mentioned in this item, because the user is still logged in. I want you to go ahead and make these code changes, commit, and then push to origin. Yes, Winpo. So I have full OAuth set up. So if I go to, and this is the new site, I used the Codex front end skill and the Anthropic front end skill together with Gemini 3.1 Pro to build this. But now when I come to and this is not deployed yet, the main web page is deployed at bluecactus.ai. But right now this is the login screen and I can log out. And so I have full Google OAuth set up now. And I have a full flow where if there's no organization for that Google identity, we go ahead and create an account and we create an organization and we make that account the admin of the organization. So we have that full flow set up here. Okay. And let's actually go to... See, so we went to the demo booking. It should have transitioned. Wait, hold on. No, you don't need to use the Postgres MCP for this. Right now on this service, Postgres is installed with Homebrew. Okay. So we just pushed that up. Let's go look. We should see this new comment. Okay, boom. So nice. So now what we're gonna do is I'm gonna leave a comment here and say bugbot run. Hey Gromit, yeah, I gotta check that out. Next level builder UI UX Pro Max skill. Cool. I need to look into that. But I'm gonna do bugbot run. We're gonna run bugbot again, and then I'm gonna do codex review. So you can see bugbot just booted up again. Then I'm gonna do @codex review. Boom. And we should see eyes. So you'll see eyes. When you do bugbot run, you can run bugbot again on the PR again. And then we have codex review with these eyes here. Let's see. It always has trouble finding where this Postgres, or I guess where the Postgres code or Postgres 16 is installed. Interesting. Oh, I don't want it to show my end file. Hold on. Okay, there we go. It's listing my nodes. Yeah, and see if you can fetch the transcripts from the last call. Interesting. Wow, look at that whole flow. Oh, there's no deterministic edge on that one. Hold on. Oh, on demo booking, there's only not interested, and not interested goes to close out. Got it. Got it. Okay. So when I said, it's good. The node graph is working really, really good, actually. You know, because I didn't satisfy this condition. I never said I wasn't interested, right? I went to demo booking. It hooked into the Google Calendar, and I gotta drop this wood off. It hooked into the Google Calendar, and then I said, "Hey, bye, thank you," right? And so this condition never got satisfied, so it never went to the closeout node. And so I was just kind of a little confused because when I went to the debug console, normally I'll see a workflow item like this that says selected transition demo request and move from intro to demo booking, right? And I didn't see that, so I investigated that deeper. But guys, I'm gonna go use the restroom real quick and kind of fire up another pot of coffee here. And then we'll keep going for a bit. Okay, I'll be right back. I gotta set up my hotkeys so it's easier for me to transition to these different scenes. But let's go. Okay, be right back. Hey guys, almost back. Couple more minutes. Okay, I'm back. Okay, I think we lost everybody on YouTube. All right, we still got people on Twitch. Cool. So, anyways, let's keep rolling on this here. Bugbot completed with no new issues. Full settings. Huh. I'm not super familiar with Go either. Or actually not familiar with Go at all. But let's see. Okay, what are your thoughts on this item? Explain this to me. Do I need to be concerned about this? It just fetched the comments again. It filtered the comments to the new comments. It's walking through. It's some sanitization bug. Still trying to fully understand it. Build integrations URL always appends stuff which breaks redirect targets that already include query parameters. tab. Interesting. Okay, let's see. Okay. Unchanged. Okay. Actually sent. Okay. So tell me the exact flow, or I guess when this endpoint is called, and which front-end component is calling this endpoint. Just explain this flow to me concisely. Okay, then it calls handle connect calendar. Window.location. Interesting. I don't. Calendar connect. Return to. So it's saying, I guess, connect and then some return to path. Connect route. Forget to. With session cookie. Okay. Wow. It's a pretty complex flow here. Denies. Okay, accepts or denies. And then this is where there could be an error here, right? And then flow type case. Okay, or it redirects, right? It will redirect if there is an error. Both call build integrations URL. Got it. Okay. Okay, so then Google consent, auth, Google callback. Dropping. Okay. Okay, if you think this is a valid bug and worthy of fixing, so right now, I guess, so what's the actual issue when it builds that URL? It's not handling the error, or it's not handling the success? Yeah, I didn't implement gRPC yet, WinPo. I'm considering it though, because the latency is critical. I mean, my idea is pretty much I'm trying to get like a workflow that's actually valuable for me. I got to get the webhook set up. And then do a couple more things. And then I was going to use that OTel observability, stress test it with simulations. So I'm going to run simulations against the workflow and then really focus on the observability, try to see where bottlenecks are. And if that can increase. One time I was talking to ChatGPT and I read that maybe serializing it into binary, and then you know, that transformation where you have to serialize it back into binary might actually increase the latency. You know, I know that when it's traveling, you know, I need to think about that more. Actually, I'm not super familiar with proto or whatever in gRPC. I need to think about that though. Do you think it would be faster, WinPo? The regular stuff is broken. Okay, so why was it working? I think I connected my calendar and it brought me back to that page. Let me start looking at some of those other issues so we can keep moving. Let's see. So that's auth-go. We're working on auth-go. Here's the node runtime. Let me see. Always adds calendar usage instructions as soon as Google Calendar is enabled. But the MCP tool is only appended later if token fetch succeeds. I'm not super concerned about that one. Comment 2. Save memory booking instruction. Tells the model to call save memory, but explicitly enabled tools can include Google Calendar without save memory. But explicit enabled tools can include. Huh. We're gonna have to look into that one. Text unconditionally tells the model to call save memory. Interesting. Okay, so it's like it's both of these tools are working together, the save memory tool and also the calendar tool. Interesting. Okay, BugBot and Codex both pointed that one out. Right. Both serialization and deserialization process faster than JSON serialization deserialization. Interesting. Okay. Yeah, definitely. I mean, WinPo, essentially anything that's gonna improve the latency, I'm gonna do. So if that's gonna improve the latency, let me write that down. I also still haven't looked into K9's WinPo. I remember you told me to look into K9's. I checked it out a little bit. I know it can help me with the Kubernetes orchestration. Still got to look into that. You also sent me like an image, I think a Google model that can help do image analysis, and I'm going to be looking into that too. But let me see. Great. Okay, I added that to my notes. Okay. So let me see. Call to auth-go whenever a Google Calendar 2 callers have persist protection. Interesting. We're probably gonna look into that one too. So let's come down here. I want to see what it said here. So I said, yeah, your test almost certainly did succeed at the data layer, and the user visible failure is subtle enough to miss. Here's why it worked. There's now actually connected to the back end. Interesting. So pretty much one of the authentication services is like returning a redirect URL, and that redirect URL has was kind of malformed. Okay, let's go ahead and fix this issue with the URL that we're building, and then commit that and push to origin. Let's go drop off this wood here. I'm still trying to figure out which model's the best at Go. I don't know how I'm going to figure that out. But I have one idea of, after I write this Go code, I was going to have Gemini go review all the Golang services. I still right now have any service that's hot path, that's hot, needs high concurrency and high availability and a hot path service. I try to keep them as lightweight as I can and write them in Golang. Any service that's dealing with business requirements that I need to kind of stick together or pull together business requirements are always changing, right? And so that's any of those services. My idea is using Node or TypeScript. So because there's so many packages available, it's kind of easier to iterate quickly and stitch things together, kind of glue stuff together. And that's my methodology behind it. Okay. All right, let's push that up. Okay. I'm gonna say. Now what I'm gonna need to do is after we make these changes, I'm gonna have to restart the front end, the back end services. And then we're gonna have to do another phone call test again to make sure things are working. I actually don't know if I'm gonna get to the parameter capture today. We'll see. So now what I'm gonna do is, okay, great. I'm done right now with Cactus Auth Go service. Let's pull down the PR and the comments for the next repository that we need to work through. See, me personally, I don't know. I still like to read through these comments. I probably could just let it rip and run and not even be reading these. But I don't know. For the service like this, I'm trying to sign up, small and medium-sized businesses. So I'm kind of targeting businesses between 5 and 10 million in revenue. So not huge enterprise, but big enough to where I need to know that this is scalable and secure. And if I wasn't reviewing anything, I wouldn't have the confidence to make certain that it's going to be able to scale and it's secure, right? And anyway, so that's kind of the thinking behind that. Okay. Okay, I'm not that worried about that. Let's see. Okay, I'm not super concerned about this, I don't think, but pretty much I guess we're always going to have the save memory tool if the Google Calendar tool is enabled. So explain this a bit to me more. I guess if we have the Google Calendar availability tool set up, there's some instructions for that tool that mentions the save memory tool, and so that might cause an issue in the voice agent or in the Realtime API. Explain that. And then I'm going to say, I want to explain this too. Explain these redundant HTTP calls too. Why is it happening? Okay. I just want to create an issue for this. I actually don't want to fix that yet, because I don't know if I always want to. It's not too big of a deal right now, but we are going to add an issue for it. Happens. Okay, had one job. Write the runtime state to Redis after handling an event. Okay, return the projection. Start runtime tool line. Use it to send it. It calls. Is called by voice edge every time there's a transcript event. Okay. Call. Okay. Pause. Wow. Okay, explain this more for a layman, and explain this method, persist projection. It's been a while. Is this the memory worker that's handling memory orchestration during a live call? Explain that flow. Hey, XLX, how are you? I implemented some memory orchestration that I need to refresh my memory on it here. Let's see if we can switch up the music a little bit here. Let's look for some. Let's see what we got here. See what this sounds like. Okay. Okay, the projections, pretty much every time we get we have a method where every time we advance to a new node, so this is the node runtime, right? And every time that we advance to a new node, pretty much like we don't pass this entire node graph to the Realtime API. We only pass essentially one node and the details of that node, one node at a time. So that's what that method does that we're thinking about, this projection method. Okay, so when the agent transitions from one node to another, the runtime, which I tried to get fancy with these Western names for the services, but now every time I read the Western name, I forget what the service is doing. And please, everyone, if you haven't already, please follow, like, and subscribe. It helps kind of push this content out to more people. You know, this channel, really, it's all about vibe coding. I'm doing a lot of vibe coding live. I have two different businesses, the telematics video business and also this agents business. So I work with like dash cameras or safety cameras that are in vehicles. And so doing different AI stuff in that business. Also, we're building an agents business, and we're going to be deploying that agents business to this niche, which is telematics video or fleet management. You know, because I understand that OpenAI and Anthropic now have both released agent builders, right? So they have agent builders that are similar to this node graph. but actually the node graph lives on the OpenAI system, and you really manage the node graph in that system, and then you hook into that to that back-end agentic workflow or that agent workflow that's running on their system. But what they're doing is they're building out agent builders that they're going to try to, they're focusing on kind of the horizontal layer, right? So create a modular workflow that can extend to every vertical, every domain, right? But what we're going to do, and I still think there's an opportunity to compete and not just get completely steamrolled, which number one, I've been working on this and I know that these agents are going to be very, each domain is going to have its own set of problems, right? Each use case for different verticals and different domains are going to have their own unique problems, right? And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to focus on the fleet management vertical and try and keep this as simple as I can, right? And I'm not trying to extend it to work across every domain. I'm kind of thinking, I want it to be modular, but if I make it just a modular tool that's kind of an agent for every domain, I could get ran over by OpenAI or Anthropic, right? Because they're building similar solutions. But I already have ideas of different things that we can do, but that's why I'm going to focus on kind of fleet management, right? Try and dial that workflow in. And then I'm going to go look for other businesses like me and look to sell them this workflow and say, hey, I'm already using it in my business. I have the same business as you, right? You're also in the fleet management business, and hey, this is how I use this workflow for safety. And that's kind of the thinking behind it. But let's come back here. Yeah, it's misnamed. It needs a better name. Read memory and events. Got it. Build the projection. Oh. Write the runtime state. So we have like a working runtime state that we put into Redis. So we got a current node, generation, pending slots, etc. I'm kind of more curious of what's included here. I don't love when I have to do that. It's not fun. Every time the model invokes a function, run memory worker in the background every few turns. Nothing is sent to voice edge. Read all events accumulated since the last summarization. Compute open loops. Things the agent promised to follow up on. So this is actually critical. So like, say like the agent said that it was going to do something, but it didn't do it yet for one reason or another. Maybe it said it was going to send an SMS, but the customer asked some other questions, or I don't know. I need to think through this. It'll actually add it as an open loop. The memory worker will add that as an open loop and keep that open, knowing, hey, I need to close this loop. Controls. Okay, so what's the actual cost? Let's look. Okay, then it posts this token. We'll rotate the refresh token. Build the MCP tool block in memory. Throw the entire result away. One token fetch equals. So it's fetching. So it's fetching the a fresh Google OAuth token on every turn in the conversation. Huh. Interesting. I know this is not too exciting, guys, but it's critical that I think through some of this stuff. I mean, here you can see. I mean, this is vibe coding for you, right? Like, right here, we're talking about. I mean, it's telling me that it's calling Google to fetch a fresh token for a 5-minute call 40 times, 40 API calls. I guess because. But why is it? Fetches fast. Runs in the back. Each fetch is fast and runs in the background of the event handler, not blocking the audio stream. Rate limits for free fresh token. Yeah, so it's literally every single time that it transitions to a new node, it's calling the refresh token. But I guess, don't we already have the refresh token? Didn't we generate it at the start of the call? Okay, refresh token. Yes, we have it generated once when the admin connected to the calendar. Okay, we never refresh the access token. This is what's being fetched on every turn. Token sitting in post for a fresh access token. It's not every node transition, it's every user turn. Caller speaks, user turn completed. Every assistant turn? Holy moly. Okay, yeah, we should store that into Redis, right? So this is my understanding. When the call first starts, we use the refresh token to go fetch the access token. And then at that point, the access token should be valid for at least an hour, right? And I'm not expecting any phone call to go longer than like 10 minutes. So we shouldn't ever have to refetch the access token again during the phone call, right? Guys, I'm probably close on the limit here. Ooh, no, we're good. Cool. Let's go drop off this wood here. Drop off this wood quickly. Okay, so here we are. Okay. My mental math's bad right now. What's 3,600 seconds? Okay, per org, yeah. Store credentials there if we don't have to. I'd push back, yeah. Where is it private? Yeah, let's store it in the Redis cache. Okay, so let me see. Was there any other I'm missing here? We're ignoring that. We're ignoring that right now. This is what we're working on. Okay. So let's say... Okay, so what's the default time to live on the access token that Google returns? And this looks good. I think we should cache the access token. And so we just need to cache it once, and we'll do per organization, not per call. But still, I think we need to probably, when the call starts, still use the refresh token to fetch that access token. Give me your thoughts. Yeah, WinPost. So right now, actually, I need to see what the expiration is, but yeah. So like, I'm not first. I need to see what the default expiration is on the standard access token. I thought it was like an hour, because I've been logged in right now. When I'm logged in, it hasn't like kicked me out. I haven't seen it kicking me out after like 5 minutes or anything. But I need to think through that. But no, I don't think there's any mechanism right now that is refreshing the token before the access token before it expires, right? I probably need to do that. Right now, the workflow is kind of when a call comes in or a call is happening, I go fetch a fresh access token. Something like that. So it's 1 hour. So the default's 1 hour. I'm never expecting a phone call to ever go longer than an hour. And actually, if it's ever going that long, I'm going to hang up the phone because the Twilio bills would be insane. So, okay, she's shorter tokens under. I want to make sure we're aligned on what each token does, because the caching access token doesn't replace or bypass the refresh token. That's okay, yeah. So what happens at call start? So this is what happens at the call start here. Most calls, since access tokens last an hour and you have multiple calls per hour for an active org, Trailboss calls authgo. Authgo returns cached access token, no Google round trip, no Postgres read. First, okay, so it's interesting. So calls could be coming in all day, right? And so every hour that access token will expire, WinPo. Obviously, I know you understand that. And so, yeah. Well, I'm gonna need to like validate it. Okay, so what's our refresh mechanism right now? Because, and help me walk through the flow for a user and also for this phone call, right? So, right now when a user does OAuth, right, it goes to go do that OAuth. Google returns the access token and the refresh token. And then we set a cookie in the browser, right? So when is that expiring? And do we have any refresh mechanism for the user? Or does it just kick the user out or log the user out after an hour? And then on the phone call, so what happens after 1 hour, right? So the phone call comes in and we go to fetch that access token. We cache it in Redis. But after that hour, what will happen? Or on every new phone call, are we still fetching a fresh access token and caching it? Yeah, exactly, WinPo, exactly. So I'm kind of trying to have it describe the flow here. Yeah, the refresh tokens are long living. So the refresh token's always available. So I store the refresh token in Postgres. So when we first do Google OAuth, Google returns that refresh token. Google returns the access token and the refresh token, and then I store the refresh token in Postgres. So we always have that refresh token available in Postgres. Okay, so this is actually what we do. So the user authentication is using a cookie. So we actually create a session with a cookie. So the way it works is the user does Google OAuth, Google returns that access token and the refresh token. We store the refresh token in Postgres. And then after we get that access token, we actually create a cookie with a 24-hour expiration, put it in Redis, and then we store it in the client browser, that cookie. We don't actually, I'm lying. We actually are not storing that refresh token. So pretty much after 24 hours, their cookie expires and they have to do Google OAuth again, right? Is the way it's working right now. Which we should probably store that the refresh token for the user. So then when that cookie expires, I don't know, I'm thinking through that. When the cookie expires, do I want to force the user to do Google OAuth again? Right? I probably do, I would imagine. I don't know. I mean, I think it's kind of standard to log in once a day, I think. Yeah, so exactly. So after 24 hours, pretty much if they try to go to one of those pages, right? Which I have authentication guards pretty much in front of every page. And if it tries to go to one of those pages, it'll realize, hey, the cookie's not valid, and then redirect them to the Google OAuth login. Which I think's okay. I don't know what you think, Wenpo, or if you have any thoughts on that. So this will work, actually. Wait, so how do we have... Oh, okay, so we store... Yes, Winpo. Yeah, honestly, I'm thinking through, because this is critical, and a lot of people say, hey, and I think, if you get someone that's has zero experience, right? Thinking through some of this authentication stuff might be difficult, but even for me, and I'm not an expert or anything, on authentication, and actually I learned a lot from another engineer I worked with about Redis and handling some of this stuff. But it's complex, right? And you can make mistakes. But yeah, I do need to kind of think through it a little deeper. Yes, yeah. So now what happens is, this is what happens. So when you go to settings, integrations, and you connect your Google Calendar, there's another OAuth flow that happens here. And so another OAuth flow happens, and here we store the refresh token in Postgres. I'm gonna say, oh, okay, now I understand. So whenever you connect your Google Calendar with that integration, after we do the Google OAuth on that flow, then we take that refresh token and store it in Postgres. Is that right? And that stays in Postgres. And then when the call comes in, we use that refresh token in Postgres to call Google and get a fresh access token. Is that right? Okay, cool. Okay, cool. Let's go ahead and make the changes, so we don't keep calling the Google API so many times during a phone call. Let's go ahead and make those changes we just discussed, commit them, and push to origin. Boom. Let's get a little doing a little Latin jazz right now, but let's I don't know what kind of music you guys like, but if it's ever like a song that's like, holy crap, that's annoying, you know, I don't want to listen to that genre, you know, you can let me know, because I want to make sure that that it's an environment that we all want to hang out in. You know, I don't have any, still kind of trying to find the right music that I enjoy for stream. Let's do a little soft house. I like a little soft house, I think. Let's go to genres. Let's get a little soft house going. I kind of like that Latin jazz, though. It's pretty good. I know we got 2 people on Twitch. Again, and anyone on YouTube, Twitch, X. I'm not monitoring the chat on X right now. But if anyone's on X, you can let me know too. I can actually check the chat on X in a bit here. Okay. Okay, so we made these changes. Nice. Yeah, so actually, Winpo, like some of that flow, the user might not even notice it, actually. You know, like maybe they'll notice it. If they get kicked out after 24 hours, they'll notice that. And I could maybe extend the life of that cookie, to be honest. Wow, it's a big commit message. You know, I hate these big commit messages, to be honest, when I'm reading through the commits. But, you know, now that we're using agents to write code and review commits and stuff, it's probably better for the agent to have a bigger commit message, right? Let's go ahead. Okay, it actually pushed to 2 different services there. Nice. So explain the changes you made in auth go again. I thought we only had to modify the runtime service or trail boss. Right. Where's my message? Okay. Fix alone solves it. The auth code change was a bonus. See, it just did a bonus optimization. See, it just did something that I wasn't aware of right there, which is freaky. I don't like that. I don't remember discussing those changes to the auth go service. Anybody that's watching, I don't know how closely people are watching, but I don't remember discussing that with Opus 4.7. When we were discussing the trail, you raised the question of caching the access token so we don't refetch even on legitimate node transitions or new calls. Okay, got it. I guess we did talk about it. In Trail Boss wrap? In auth go handler itself, every future caller of that endpoint benefits. Still a little confusing. Okay, 3 new methods. Get org calendar token, cache org calendar token, delete org calendar token. Reads cache first. Okay, so pretty much when a call starts, Trail Boss will call the auth go service and to fetch that access token, and the auth go service will check Redis for the auth token and return it. But if it's close to expiration, it'll go fetch a new one. Is that right? Exactly right. Okay. Deletes the key. Oh, okay. Redis. It's actually using TTL, so Redis actually will expire that on its own. The code doesn't actually have to clean it up. Looks at the stored, expires it, and returns nil if the token has 60 seconds or less. Clock drift. Holy crap. Hope there's no clock drift. Redis usually deletes the key right before it would expire. Okay. First call after startup or first call of the hour. Every call. First call after the cache expires. Okay, cool. All right. Okay, so let's actually go back to these services. We're in the auth go. I'm going to do bug bot run again. Honestly, I could probably just merge it right now. Probably don't need to do this again, but might as well. And then hold on, let's do this over here. What's up? Something fix review. Okay, and here's Trail Boss. Here's the new commit from Trail Boss. Bugbot run. Codex. Review. Boom. Okay, so now I'm gonna say, okay, what's the next repository or service that we need to work on? I want you to pull the next PR and the comments, the bot comments on that PR. So let's go ahead and move on to the next one. No, we'll probably do parameter capture on the next stream. We might not get to it right now. This took a little longer than I was expecting. See, for me, if I didn't look at that, I mean, and it wasn't that bad, you know, it was calling Google and it was asynchronous, and so it wasn't interrupting voice. So honestly, if I never investigated that, I probably wouldn't even have known, right? If I didn't ever read the code, ever look at that, I might have not even known. But still, I mean, even if when I deploy to AWS EKS, AWS is going to charge me networking fees for all those API calls, right? So like, and I guess you can always kind of optimize later, right? And kind of get something that just works, right? An MVP, get it out, start selling immediately. And actually, if I didn't have that other business and I didn't have a flow of income coming in from that other business, you know, that I'm able to use to survive, I probably wouldn't be as worried about this right now, right? I have the luxury of time. But not really, because things are moving so fast with agentic coding. But, you know, I maybe could have not gone this deep here. Those are just my thoughts. Okay, here we go. Okay, response is emitted per output item, not per response. So this block will fire as soon as the first... And responses then invoke multiple MCP tools. This can enqueue a new response or is selected, which can lead to overlapping generations due to our API errors about creating. Keep this nudge until the enclosing response is finished. Okay. Can also be emitted for any. Okay. Okay, which one of these items in voice edges is worth resolving? And please explain it one more time for a layman. Be very, very concise. Look something up in Google Calendar. OpenAI sometimes doesn't say anything afterward unless we explicitly tell it, okay, talk. Okay. The lookup succeeds. If Google errors out. Got it. So it's interesting, actually. One thing I learned is that in the OpenAI Realtime API, it uses that OpenAI connector to connect to the Google Calendar, and it makes the MCP call. It's interesting because they call it a connector, but it's really like an MCP. I don't know why they don't just call it an MCP. I'm not sure. They call it a connector, but I think it's a connector, but in the background it's using OpenAI's MCP tool. for Google Calendar. But anyways, it would fetch the Google Calendar result, and I was on with the voice agent, and the voice agent would just kind of pause and just sit there and not say anything. And so you kind of have to nudge it. After you get those results from the MCP, you gotta kind of force the agent to respond. I'm gonna say, okay. Okay, go ahead and fix that item, commit, and push to origin. Thanks for anyone that's watched this long. I really appreciate it. It's nice to have people in here. I could probably actually get the MCP to comment bugbot run, and that's what I'll do when I build my agentic workflow. And this time, when I build the agentic workflow, I'm gonna put it in the Discord. I'm gonna put it in a repo, make it public, and then put it in the Discord so everyone can review it. But that's something I could do, is probably if there's comments, try to resolve the comments, push to that PR, then use the GitHub MCP server to make more comments, bugbot run, and at codex review, right, to review the fresh comments. Okay, cool. So now I'm gonna say, okay, now use the GitHub MCP server to pull down the next PR and the associated bot comments. Actually, you know what? Let's go to this service. Okay, we're voice edge high noon. Boom. I see it. Bugbot run. Boom. Codex review. Boom. Okay. Now we're on to the next one. This is good, though. I feel like I'm hardening the system, right? And I'm going to use the restroom real quick. You know, it's kind of interesting, but I normally always get these notifications when I go live, and for some reason I'm not seeing them now. Interesting. See if I can hold on, I'm just checking some, guys. Kind of interesting, but I thought okay. Yeah, it's kind of weird. It just stopped. Stopped coming. Let's see. Let me see. Sorry, guys. Well, I'm gonna send this to my let's see. Okay. Okay. So let's see here. All right, cool. Let's keep so pretty much let's keep working on this here. Let's see. Okay, let's see what the current issue is. Yeah, I got a little distracted. I just I was always getting an email every time I started live stream, and I don't know if anyone watching got the notification, but the subscribers should get the notification. But every time I started live stream, for some reason, I would always get that email notification, and for some reason or another, I didn't get it. I'm trying to check on my phone to see if I got the bell turned on, or if I like accidentally turned off the bell or something. I'm trying to find that now. Hold on. But it should always, no matter what, it should be sending me a notification, which is interesting. Interesting. Anyways, we'll worry about it later. But and anyways, if I don't know, someone might be joining the stream, but pretty much this is the new agent tool. This is like a node graph that determines how the agent works, and it's a voice agent. But anyways, if anyone's interested in like the voice agent, you can go back to the beginning of the stream and check it out. But anyways, so cool. Let's go back here and let's look at the current issue here. Okay, when the page is loaded directly with a tab query, with return path, returns it, press a tab during client hydrate. Huh. Okay. Layman summary. When the user comes back from connecting Google Calendar and lands on Settings tab Integrations, Next.js renders the page on the server firstware window to default the active tab to organization. The browser then hydrates, runs the same use state initializer with window available. Okay. Okay, go ahead and fix that issue, commit, and push to origin. See if we can every time I started live stream on YouTube, I would get a notification that the live stream started at my email, but recently the last 2 live streams I didn't get a notification. Yeah, but it's the email that is associated with the YouTube account, and so I would always get email that my stream was live. When did they do this? No, it's weird. It was coming. It was coming consistently. Anyways, not a big deal. So let's go back to chat here. Let's go ahead and commit this. Okay, cool. So what I think we're gonna do now is let's go ahead and just restart the services. And I can run Bugbot again here on that service. Let's see. So here's Cactus Web. Let's do Bugbot run. And add codex review. Okay. Okay. So let's see here. Now what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and I don't want to expose anything sensitive, but I'm going to say, okay, let's kill the front end and back end services, and then go ahead and use the phase 1 startup script to start the services again. And then I'm going to make a test phone call. Yeah, it's really weird that email stopped coming. It could just be like a temporary Let me go to like all inboxes, promotions, updates. Huh. Interesting. Okay, let's keep going here. Let's make sure this doesn't reveal anything sensitive. Yeah, I don't think you need to start it in the background. Just start it in the foreground. There's actually a Reddit thing about it. Huh. They're like throttling notifications or something. Okay, let's start this. Let's put this in the terminal. Okay, there we go. All right, so let's make this test phone call. I don't know if Lane Dito is still in here, but let's make this phone call here. So I'm gonna go to actually, let me just pull this over here. I'm gonna type in the number and then we're gonna make the call. 602-9708. Okay.
Hello, I'm Bella from Blue Cactus AI. How can I assist you today?
Hey, Bella. Hey, I spoke with one of your sales reps and I need to book a demo.
Great. We'd be happy to arrange a demo for you. Could you let me know your preferred time for the demo?
Yeah, I guess what's your availability next week?
It looks like we have availability all next week. What day and time work best for you?
Are you sure you looked at Google Calendar next week?
Double check the schedule for next week for you. One moment, please. I've saved your request for a demo next week. Our team will get back to you to confirm the exact time. Is there any other detail you'd like to provide in the meantime?
Interesting. So I think it broke. Okay, I just tried to call the MCP tool, but it didn't work this time. Review the logs. I wasn't available next week. Interesting. What's your availability next week?
We're fully available next week. Could you please specify a day and time that works best for you?
I just asked again, but I know that I'm not available next week. This was working before we made these changes. Interesting. Let's see if I can find that call. What is your availability?
We have open slots all of next week. Could you let me know your preferred day and time for the demo?
Doesn't look like it called the MCP.
Sorry for any confusion. We have availability next week for a demo. Could you tell me which day and time would suit you best?
It doesn't look like it called the MCP. Yeah, it didn't call the MCP. And then it's hallucinating availability. One second, while this works. They're definitely attached to the model isn't choosing to call them anymore. Or really, the model's just treating its earlier. Huh, this is strange. No. No, go look at... It's gonna hang up. This is interesting. No, go look at transcripts from previous calls. I haven't changed the calendar. It should work as expected. No, Postgres is installed with Homebrew. Access the Postgres that I installed with Homebrew. I mean, I just don't see the MCP tool call in the logs. And the demo booking node has that has the Google Calendar tool. I need to add that to my agents file of like how to access Postgres, so it doesn't struggle every time like that. Good. There's something wrong. It's a huge query. Yeah, it's giving. The issue seems to be even though the search and car model isn't receiving actual stale access token, or there's an encoding problem. Interesting. I probably should have merged those changes into main, because I knew I had a state. It was in a state that was working before we made all these extra optimizations, but we'll figure it out. It's kind of like this is probably a codex thing. Interesting. Look at the difference. Booked on Monday. Yeah. What days do you have available? Yeah. Real calendar events. We have availability all next week. Ask in twice. But both times in logs, but the model's acting like the result was empty. Change. Let me check the agent traces table. Something changed, man. gonna add more detailed logging, and then we're gonna make another phone call. Something's going on with that access token or something. Whoever I was calling to with bad arguments and getting no. Hold on, let's add more detailed logging. Because I'm certain that this was working before. Because we did make some changes. Let's add them, okay. Let's do this. Cool. Something's going on. Okay, kill the front end and back end services, and then use the phase 1 startup script. Should be able to figure this out. Pretty much the MCP tool call is saying that it's successful, but it's really not. Because in my calendar, you can see here next week on Monday I'm busy, and on Wednesday I'm busy. So something's happening. We'll figure it out though. We can always roll back to a commit that we know was working too, if we need to. All right, let's go. It's about to push and commit each one of these. I don't know why I just did that. Okay. Push that, push this. Push finish this. All right, now I'm going to tell it, hold on. Bear with me. Yes, do that. We're restarting the services right now, killing the front end and the back end and restarting. Okay, starting up the services again. Okay, here we go. Okay, I'm about to make a phone call. Okay, let's go back to our debug page. Okay, let me pull this over here for 2 seconds and let's make this phone call again.
Hi there, I'm Bella from Blue Cactus AI. What can I assist you with today?
Hey Bella, I spoke with one of your sales reps and I want to book a demo.
Great to hear you're interested in a demo. Could you please let me know the best time for you or the best way to contact you for scheduling?
Yeah, what's your availability next week?
It looks like we currently have openings all next week. What day and time works best for you?
That's a free text search. Or titled Busy and Busy. Oh, or demo. Working for us, but only the tool arguments called with the query parameter. Most choice to add. Proof your changes are blameless. Needs to tell model. Okay, so our changes did break it. And guys, this is why, you know, when you're dealing with something as complex as this, you know, the model makes mistakes, right? I mean, you can see it right now. I'm gonna ask Codex too. Hold on. Let's do it. Okay, so I want you to review all of my services and review the Git log. Today we added a bunch of commits, making some changes. We recently integrated the Google Calendar integration with OpenAI connectors with the OpenAI Realtime API. And the changes that we made today broke the MCP tool call. So I'm asking what the availability is next week. But it's telling me it has availability all next week, which we don't. I have some events that say they're busy on the calendar. Postgres is installed with Homebrew if you need to look through Postgres. Review this and give me your thoughts. Do not make any code changes. Enter title. Instructions. Before changes didn't work. You ran 2 calls after change. They both failed. Put a real core and you right now to. But here's a tricky part. We don't have logs. It's entirely possible. You know what? I'm gonna try one more thing. Interesting. Let's see what this said. Let's try another call. We're gonna make another call, and I'm gonna go to this node, the callback offer node. I'm gonna say I'm kind of busy now, and then we're gonna try and do it from here. Let's see. See if it does the same thing. Let's go to the debug console. Let's make another phone call. Ooh, I was already on the call. Hold on. Let's make this call again. Interesting. Is it try to do this again? What's going on? Okay, here we go.
Hello, I'm Bella from Blue Cactus AI. How can I assist you today?
Hey, I'm kind of busy right now.
I understand. Would there be a better time for me to call you back?
Yeah, what's your availability next week?
I'll check the availability for next week. One moment, please.
Did you get the availability?
Yes, I have the availability for next week. What day and time work best for you?
Are you available on Monday next week?
Yes, I'm available on Monday. What time on Monday works for you?
Strange. Hold on, let's see. What Codex said. Opus 4.7 kind of broke it. I hate to say it. Let's see. It's this, man. It's gotta be this. It's gotta be. Okay, we made major changes to this. I want you to run git diff and look at the changes we made to this again. I think we might have made some mistakes. Strange, man. Make sure this doesn't cause any issues. And that's why, guys, it's always good to, if you have something working, usually, like this time I had something working, I had Opus 4.7 correct some issues, and I can just roll back to the previous commit in each service to make this work again. But it's always good to kind of merge into main, right? When you have something that's working. So, you know, I had that MCP working, right? For some reason, it's using demo. It's like adding in demo, which before it wasn't. It's fascinating. What tool to use, but not how to call it. Filters events. You said I want to book a demo earlier in the conversation that the relevant search was query demo. too vague. Leaving the model free to pick. Interesting, man. Okay, make this change to the policy. And then kill the front end and back end and start up again. Oh, you know what? Oh, do you think that because we made changes that I needed to save the node graph again? No, it shouldn't have been. No, even before we changed that policy, because we did make some changes. Yeah, just really weird because this was working before we made those changes, and then all of a sudden the model started adding in this demo query out of nowhere. You know what? We're gonna try this. Go ahead and just kill the front end and back end services and then start them up with the phase 1 script. Let's see if this policy change works. Services just got killed. Services are starting back up. Okay, let's try this again. Okay, let's bring this over here. making the live call now.
How can I assist you today?
Yeah, I was speaking with one of your sales reps. I want to book a demo.
Great. I'd be happy to help with that. Could you please let me know your preferred date and time for the demo?
Yeah, are you available next week on Monday?
It looks like I'm fully booked next Monday. Would another day work for you?
Okay, what days are you available next week?
Next week, I'm available on Tuesday, the 21st, and from Thursday, the 23rd to Sunday, the 26th. Let me know which day and time works best.
Are you available next week on Friday?
Yes, I'm available next Friday. What time would you prefer for the demo?
Are you available on the 22nd?
I'm fully booked on Wednesday, the 22nd. Friday, the 24th.
Sure, yeah, you can go ahead and book it for Friday the 24th.
I've noted your demo request for Friday, the 24th. Our team will reach out to confirm the details. Thank you.
You know what? I'm not interested.
I understand. If you ever have any questions in the future, feel free to reach out. Have a great day.
Thanks. Hey, I see some people in here. You guys still here? Did anyone see that? It's pretty cool, actually. That's pretty damn cool. Hey, if anyone's in here, just give me a little heartbeat in the chat. I think we got 2 people on YouTube and 2 people on Twitch. But, damn. So it was that. Let's try one more call. Then we may call it a day here. And guys, if you want, you can join the Discord at discord.bluecactus.ai. You can put that in your URL in your web browser, and it'll redirect you to the Discord invite link, and you can copy that and paste it into Discord. And yeah, if you're interested in like a vibe coding AI community, you can join the Discord. Be happy to have you. So let's try this again here. I'm gonna try to go to a different node this time. So I'll show you before I do it. I'm gonna go to this node. Instead, I've been going to the. I think I just went to the demo booking node. But this time I'm going to go to the callback offer node. And to go to the callback offer node, I got to match this condition, right? That I'm busy. So when I tell the agent I'm busy, it's going to go to this callback offer node. So let's make another test call here. You know what? I forgot to say in Discord that I was live. That's unfortunate.
I'm Bella from Blue Cactus AI. How can I assist you today?
Hey, Bella. Are
Hi
you a
there.
human?
How can I help you today? I'm actually an AI assistant, here to help you with information about Blue Cactus AI. What can I do for you?
Yeah, you know what? My camera actually has a blinking green LED.
I can help with that. Let me look up some information on why your camera might have a blinking green LED. A blinking green LED on your camera usually indicates network or communication activity. If it's part of the CP4S device, this is the likely meaning. Is there anything else you need help with?
You know what? I'm kind of busy now.
I understand. When would be a better time for me to call you back?
Yeah, what's your availability next week?
Next week, I'm available on Monday, April 19th, Tuesday, April 21st, and Thursday, April 24th. What time works best for you?
Okay, what's your availability next week?
Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. Would any of those days work for a callback?
Hold on, I think that's incorrect. Wait, so what did it say? Okay, so you are available on the 20th?
I'm actually busy on the 20th. However, I'm available on the 21st. Would that work for you?
Okay, so what's your availability next week?
Next week, I'm available on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. When would be a good time for me to call you back?
Check it out, it just hallucinated. It thinks I'm available Monday, but we're booked on Monday. I'm doing it again right now. Okay, what's your availability next week?
I'm available next week on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. Would any of these days work for your callback?
I'm on the live call now. I'm on the live call now. Why do I need to make another call? Okay, so review the logs. So it's not mapping the dates to the day correctly? Interesting, man. I'm kind of losing all my windows here. I'm trying to look. My calendar disappeared. I don't know where it went. So what's the date on Monday? I don't even know. Let me see. season event. But how will we know that that date is always Monday? Today is Friday, next 14 days. Gotcha. A call next month. Those what day of the week? I mean, this is just calendar. So. Okay, is this the industry standard for how this is handled? It's funny, these LLMs are so damn smart, but they can't do calendar math. It's fascinating. So I think we're about to implement this, but I just want to try it one more time to confirm that this is actually the case. It's gonna, geez. Man, I got too many browsers open. Okay, let's go back to agents. Debug console. Okay, let's move that here. And we're gonna type this in.
Hello, I'm Bella from Blue Cactus AI. How can I assist you today?
Yeah, I want to book a demo.
Great. I'm glad you're interested in a demo. Could you please let me know the best time for you?
Yeah, are you available on the 20th?
It looks like I'm booked for the entire day on the 20th. Would another day work for you?
What about the 21st?
The 21st is fully available. What time would you prefer for the demo?
What about the 22nd?
I'm also booked for the 22nd. Would you like to try for another date?
Okay, what days are you available next week?
Next week, I'm fully available from the 27th to the 30th. Do any of these days work for your demo?
That's not next week.
I apologize for the mistake. Let's check the availability for the week of April 20th instead. Thank you for your patience. I've noted your interest in booking a demo for April 21st. Our team will follow up with you shortly.
It's hallucinating really bad. Review the logs. Interesting, man. There you go, man. So that shows you that a human would never hallucinate like that, ever. I mean, no human. I say next week, and he says, "Okay, the 27, right?" Which is hilarious, man. Just shows that agents. I mean, that shows you right there like agents are incredibly powerful. But, you know, it's going to take a lot of work to handle these hallucinations, like, you know, for all different use cases. Yeah, but then I corrected it and said, no, that's not next week. And then it went ahead and tried to just book me on the 21st. Do you see that? Okay, go ahead and make the changes to fix these problems, and then commit and push to origin. And guys, I might wrap it up here after this. This will be interesting. It'll probably be the final call, and then I gotta get off here and kind of get some more water and a little bit of food. I know I'm live. I guess it doesn't really matter if I get the notification or not. But yeah, go ahead and kill the services and then restart, and then I'm gonna make another test call, and then be prepared to review the log. Okay. All right, the last phone call of the stream.
Hi, I'm Bella from Blue Cactus AI. How can I assist you today?
Yeah, are you available? Or I need to book a demo.
Great. I'm glad you're interested in a demo. May I know your preferred time for the demo?
Are you available next week on Monday?
I can schedule a demo for you next Monday, April 27th. What time works best for you?
Are you available on the 20th?
It looks like I'm booked all day on the 20th. Would you like to find another date? Or does next Monday still work for you?
Yeah, let me know what days you're available next week.
I'm available all of next week. Which day and time would you prefer for your demo?
Review the logs, it's still hallucinating bad. Are you available on the 22nd?
I'm booked on the 22nd. Would another day next week work for you?
What days are you available next week?
I'm available all day on April 27th, 28th, 29th, and 30th. Which day and time would you like to book your demo?
That's not next week.
I apologize for the confusion. I'm available next week on April 27th, 28th, and 29th. Would any of those dates work for your demo?
Review the logs again. Look how bad it's hallucinating. Yeah, so what's happening is when I ask for specific dates, it works fine. If I say next Monday, it can't handle it. Which a human user, if he says, "Hey, book a meeting next Monday," and the agent like poops its pants, right? It's that's not good. And if you haven't already, guys, please follow, like, and subscribe. You know, it helps push this content out to more people. Helps a lot. It is running. The rule, the calendar week starting after the current week ends. It's treating current week as the upcoming week, and next week is the week after that. Hey, the models aren't as smart as you think, man. They're smart, but they're not that smart, dude. Okay, but we're not like hard coding that, right? Yeah, go ahead and commit and push to origin. Yes, go ahead and kill the services and then restart. Okay. I know I said it was the final call like 2 calls ago, but this is the final call. Okay. Let's make this test call. Final call.
Hey there. I'm Bella from Blue Cactus AI. How can I assist you today?
Hey, Bella, I spoke with one of your sales reps. I want to book a demo.
Sure. I'd be happy to help with that. Could you please let me know your preferred date and time for the demo?
Yeah, what days are you available next week?
Next week, we are available for demos on April 21st, 24th, 25th, and 26th. What time would work best for you on any of those days?
What about the 23rd?
I'm sorry, we're fully booked on April 23rd. Would another day work for you?
What about April 22nd?
April 22nd is also fully booked.
It-
How about April 24th or 25th instead?
It just hallucinated and thinks April 23rd is booked. And guys, this is vibe coding right here, right? Constantly iterating, testing, iterating, steering it, testing more. I mean, especially with a product that's like as complex as this, and voice agents probably like the bleeding edge of the hardest thing to do, right now. But I know if I can lock down the voice agent, you know, the chat and the email agent shouldn't be an issue. Oh. Do what you think we need to do. I wanna fix this, and I don't want to get too overly complex and introduce too much extra latency. So can we not pull the busy days and the free days from the Google MCP? So you're telling me that search events really doesn't return the days where we're not busy and busy? Well, there you go, guys. 4 hours and 19 minutes of pure focus, right? Straight grinding. Yeah, go ahead. Let's push option A, commit and push to origin. All right, guys. I think that's it for today's stream. I think that was pretty good. We made some serious progress. We didn't get to do the parameter capture today, but you know, this was critical right here. There's a lot of bugs with that calendar functionality, or not bugs, but really intelligence issues with the model, right? Making mistakes on simple stuff that a human would never make a mistake on. So just shows you that, you know, the harness or the stuff that wraps around the model is just as much or more important than the intelligence itself, right? I guess with higher intelligence, maybe it never would have made those mistakes, but anyways. All right, well, hey, if anyone's still here, anyone lurking, you can pop in the chat. I'll see you guys on the next stream. Really appreciate if you did make it this far. Appreciate you being here.